Alrighty. Alright. So let's do a few quick things. And it's my birthday today. I'm turning 40 years old, so that feels nutty, but here we are. And I am going to get a few things done today. And later, I'll be switching over to League of Legends. But for now, alright, I want to name the zones, which I'll at least do temporary names. Let's go to the world map. Need some sort of header here. Alright, so this is the first one here. What will we name this place? So this is going to be, we're going to go in the center. Just .5.5. And whatever this is, about right. So 0 and negative 300. Hold on 1 second. Alright. This is going to be, I don't think I even need to name that, really. Over here, paste, negative 300. We'll just call this Enclave. And this will be something rivers. What do I want to do with this? Let's do like Emerald Rivers. These are like very mid names, but it's something. Fair enough. All right, entering sound or something. We go into fire pots. I do need to do BRB 1 second. All right, I'm back. Good old dealing with medical stuff. So how is everyone doing today? I need a quick little sound effect here. Just doing some like little tiny polish things. These are terrible. Hmm. I could do something with that. All right, yeah, let's use this thing. Um, it's something. Um, fire pot. I'm gonna do a modulator, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna go anywhere between like dot 4 and dot 6, and then tap steady. Hey, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. So if you're just joining me, I am working on an indie MMO. Last playtest, we tested this new area. It was basically the newbie yard. And so I was having some issues with the bit of the flow of the when you basically first start into the game. And so now, let me move the start override here. So this is indie MMO called Ruins of Tearyn. I'm doing some random. So I have this list of things that basically we've kind of figured out from the last playtest, and I've gotten a bunch of stuff done since then. I keep in my Discord here. I have patch notes, so I've done a bunch of stuff. I have like 2 full posts almost of things I fixed since last one. So this is the next playtest. So I've been fixing a bunch of things, and adding different little tiny features here and there. But when you start in the game, so like I've been obviously, yeah, no, it's an indie MMO, right? So it's a big project. Now keep in mind that my wife and I, we previously built Vertical Third, and Vertical Third it's available on Fab. It's a kind of massive game architecture. So even though it is a massive project, we only started at the tail end of 2024, so we're like a little bit, maybe a year and a half ish or so. But we have 3 years of development on our tech, and so we obviously always wanted to make an MMO. And so we built our tech with that idea of in the future we would make an MMO. And so we have 3 years of development into our game architecture itself, and we even have I think I put it in my notes below. I'm not sure, but maybe I didn't put this one in there. But um, in on Vertical Third, basically, if you're interested in it, and like what it means. And like this is a great video for anyone building a game, not just if you want to use vertical third, but it goes into what vertical third's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a game architecture, which is like the next logical step to game engines. And so obviously game makers want to just build their game. They don't want to build the game engine. And game architectures are that next step where you get your combat system, your quest system, your loot system, character statistics. You get all these things as a strong foundation. And then you build on top of that. And then you modify it however you want to modify it. And so since we have that, it's dramatically reduced like the time we needed, and then we even went on we also went on the Unreal Engine official live stream, like just a few months after we started the project. We went on the official Unreal Engine live stream, which is here. And so that just goes to show that we had like a functional, playable game in the cloud running on PlayFab servers, literally like 2 to 3 months after we started the project. And so that's kind of what goes into the fact of how how much vertical third kind of progresses us further type thing. And so we have a really strong basis, and then we're just kind of building upon that, and we're not worried about like art in any way. And so we're very, very, very focused on just gameplay, and that's why we're using placeholder assets and just marketplace stuff. You can tell it's Cinti Studio characters, but we're still trying to have a good quality of like polish and making sure animation's integrated properly. And so this newbie yard I've watched a lot of content creators, and there's kind of like they're doing with the death of Ashes of Creation and New World. There's a lot of content creators right now for and for MMO or in the MMO genres doing world tours across lots of MMOs, and that includes some indie MMOs. And so I'm trying to poke them to come join one of my playtests, see if they ever happen to do it, but. One of the first things they do is like they kind of log in, they judge the art style, they judge the feel of the walking and movement, and then they judge combat. And I forgot to turn on. I think I forgot to turn on target dummies. But so the first 5 minutes of the game is supposed to try and answer those questions. I got to turn off the loading screen now too. Hold on. And so you jump into the game, you immediately kind of like get a little bit of the feel for art style. Obviously, that's why we have a big disclaimer in the bottom left here. Of course, you're going to do that to me. There we go. All right. I have a lot of because when you build an indie MMO, you have a lot of processes of how things spawn into the game and whatnot. I have an override that puts me at a certain location, and sometimes they collide with each other and don't put me in the right place. But so you get into the game, you kind of see an interesting art style, you feel the movement right away, and then you can test combat right away. And so I'm trying to get people intrigued in like the kind of rotation system, just right away in the game, answer those obvious questions right off the bat. And there's a little bit. This is my current path of tutorials, is just some NPCs shouting tooltips at you. And so higher combo points, increase mana cost. You have 2 targets. There's usually ally target dummies here as well. Your auto attack increases your combo points, ability to spend them, so that type of thing. This is just like an NPC showing potential narrative interactions in the future. Trying to see that you can talk to people. Then you kind of have that little bit of a breath of the wild moment as you walk up here, and you kind of see like this kind of really interesting point of interest type thing. Again, more tutorials. X makes you basically sit out of combat is better. You can craft campfires to heal up, that type of thing. And you go into actual combat. And so we're actually a very slow-paced game. We want you, now this character's a little bit higher, so it's not going to be fair here, and I have all the enemies turned off. But we want you to chill while you fight. Like you want to think about what you're using and um, your abilities in general. I can turn on some AI again. Pop myself over here, paste here. These are my AI spawners that I have set up. But we have quite a few systems that make us unique, um, and so the core philosophy is slow-paced combat, so you can actually talk to your teammates during combat. We don't want you to AOE grind. We don't want you to button mash abilities. And so those are some of the core differences for our combat. And then how you grind and get experience is also, we want you to have different paths to get experience. So we have a little bit of New World influence where all the foliage, you can loot everything. And so that's going to come into play with crafting. So all the foliage and stuff you see everywhere is all lootable. We have a bunch of different, basic crafting stuff. We have 3 different inventories as well. So you got your loot inventory with all your equipment, you got your crafting inventory with all your crafting stuff, and then you have your quest inventory. And right now, questing is going to be reserved for like real proper quests, whereas, of course, I need to build pathing again. Do I have a nav mesh in this? Yeah, build paths. One of the funs of being in dev mode. And then we have our core game loop is basically in EverQuest, there was basically a social construct for camps. And basically people would group up at like a goblin camp, a spider camp, and they just sit there and grind XP out. And so we have different systems involved to kind of facilitate that kind of gameplay. And you can actually craft different monster crystals that will actually increase the level of these camps as well. And so, it's levels 4 to 8. All of these at the newbie area are levels 4 to 8. But as you grind on them and you kill monsters, you get the crystals that can increase the levels to 5 to 9, to 6 to 10 type thing. And that can improve their loot, their XP, and let you kind of grind out there longer type thing. And that goes back into play with the Registry of Chronicles, which is basically our questing and achievement system combined into one, where instead of getting a quest to go kill 10 bears, you just go out and kill 10 bears, and you'll get a reward for it. Right now it's just experience, but in the future it could be items, abilities, talent points, like you name it, right? And so these are more generic categories, how many defeats in total you have or kills in total you have, how many animals in total have you killed, undead, and like the undead category is a good example of, if you're a cleric and you want a really powerful undead spell, maybe you have to go kill 200 undead to get that, really powerful undead spell. Nuke undead or something. And then there's everything else we have exploration in the game as well, as you can see. And so going around and finding their little points of interest will give you lots of exploration XP as well. So we really want to be, we want the XP penalty to be kind of harsh, but at the same time give you lots of ways to get XP as well. And so, and if you're interested, you can obviously come try it out this weekend. We do playtests. I'm kind of committing to playtests every month right now because I get free hours through PlayFab. So I just basically turn my servers on at the end of the month and see who joins in. And so Astor, if you've never played an MMO, like what type of games do you play already? Do you have a preference for type of games you enjoy? Hey, Justra. You're such an inspiration at your ancient age to be making ancient age. Yeah, 40 years old. I'm 40 now. Making videos. Happy birthday. Hope you get a new cane for your birthday. Thank you. Yep. Uh, it's like it doesn't in my mind the number of 40 does not match how I feel at all. I still feel like mentally I'm so much younger, in my opinion. But you know, it's just how I feel. Yep. Um, but yeah, so like we have a lot of unique systems. Like every MMO that's coming out these days, you have to have something that's unique that other MMOs can't really replicate. And so this experience with the newbie yard has really solidified to me that what's our core gameplay loop, and that's the camp system. And so we're gonna run with that for a while and find ways to make it interesting. And the couple ways to make it interesting are having lots of different bosses that spawn with unique loot and that are fun battles to fight, and then kind of layering in different features from there. And the core idea here is that you want to have a lot of environmental awareness. So the patrols themselves are always, these are the patrol spawners. And these will always be kind of higher level monsters that also have a chance to spawn the named monsters. Uh, and so that kind of facilitates, if you're not paying attention, one of these things can aggro while you're killing other stuff, and your group gets wiped out, type thing. Yeah, it's my 40th birthday today, so just doing the dev grind, and I also just the last week I have League of Legends account for being a AP Shaco player, and I got 2 out of the 3 of the accounts diamond, and I'll be trying to get my third account diamond tonight. But today is going to be spent uh, getting some of these things here. All right, let's see how that feels. I also need to put this there and this there. Your game is the last game I played besides mine. Awesome. All right, it's a little slow. It kind of feels good though. Let's up the dot 55 to dot 65, and then let's get some sort of effect. Play system. Uh, system. Yeah, I want to love my healer some more. It's like waiting for Christmas. Awesome. Well, hey, I'll be adding in. I know Lion wanted his unique shield put in for him, so we'll be doing that a little bit later, and we'll design the boss for it as well. Oh, I also need to remember to mark this down for data stuff. Um, on this note, yeah, data work right here. I think Emerald Rivers. I named the zones now, even if it's temporary. Emerald Rivers. Uh, boss drops need to be 100%. Yeah, I really hope we're creating something unique. I do have. I basically created a Kickstarter page too. Whether we launch it or not is a different story. Um, but I still have to get my LLC a bank account um, to fully launch it. But we're trying to lay out everything and do things differently. Oh, I got a phone call. I have to take. BRB. All right, I'm back. What am I doing here? Yeah, so I've started a Kickstarter page, but like it's not, you can't access it publicly right now. But we're trying to go through every damn thing that we're doing that's differently and showing the work that we've done. Um, we're also trying to build it in phases. Um, um, and so like most MMOs try to get all the money they need to build a game, and we're like, hey, you know what? We're going to do a two-person version for like a polished, you know, vertical slice, but we're also going to actually have playtests during the time. So hopefully that resonates with people differently than the past MMOs that take years to do to show nothing, you know. But all in time. I don't know if we're gonna when we're gonna launch that. It might be soon. It might be in a month or something. But why can't I spawn system? All right, let's just look for a quick effect of some sort. Um, doesn't have to be crazy. A partnership for what? What do you mean by partnership? That still seems too long. Yeah, it's an LLC right now. We're literally just a two-person LLC for Tearyn. That's all we are. I could just do a stupid delay. Delay. Oh, I can't. This is a function. Yeah, I mean we're married, so it's a little different with us. But that's why we're very hesitant to ever let anyone else do like voluntary work. Um, you know, we don't want. Do I have a get mesh component? Get skeletal mesh. Weird. Um, but yeah, so we've seen a lot of there's a lot of bullshit that goes on in the industry, and until we're kind of comfortable with our budget and stuff, we don't want to add to the team in any way. And really requires good legal setups and things. Because you never know what's going to happen until it goes really sideways. And people can work for years. Like there's been lots of cases in the it sounds like you've experienced yourself. There's been lots of cases in the industry where, people come together and then they don't have good legal setups, and 2 years in there's like a non-negotiable or compromisable design choice, and one of the couple people just say, "Hey, I'm taking all the work I did for you, and I'm leaving and doing my own game." And they're allowed to do that if you don't have the proper legal setup. So, just do spawn system at location. So we're gonna do our best to just stick to us. It's also a budget thing. Like that's another thing that you have to do as an end of MMO is um, loot. Does it spawn? Let's try that. See what happens. As an indie MMO, like to make an indie MMO, you have to be very, very conscious of your budget and your burn rate. And this is like one of the risk factors we've outlining in the Kickstarter is like what happens if we run out of money and we're a 2-person team. We go get a job and keep building. Like that's the worst case scenario. And we don't have to worry about the company collapsing and stuff. This did not work. All right, spawn system. We're about to do this. That's not what I wanted. Having jobs got me to where I am, that is for sure. Yeah, so I like the industry's kind of crap right now, and I'm still looking for a job, but what do I have? Get capsule? Get this is so weird. Cast to scene component. We'll do a socket core. And that's the whole thing. Like with Kickstarter doing these, just allowing you to do a pre-launch page is really really nice. Keep world position. Maybe I don't need anything. And so there's a chance, and like I've watched a couple videos that sometimes people do a pre-launch page and they never launch. It kind of serves as a bit of a marketing page for them. And I really want to kind of do a little bit of why did that work? I want to kind of take the approach of almost doing a community vote of when like the community thinks we're ready to do a Kickstarter. We'll see how that goes. Um, to make sure the vibe check is okay. This is not spawning at all. I need snap to target. Keep world. I think that's what I need. And almost do like if I have to reach out to Kickstarter too, is if like it'd actually be in our favor if we could cap how much money we could raise. And then, you know, we get that much and then we prove we can use that properly and then we go do the next round type thing. What's this one? That's that. That's the ring. Let's put this to like 6, 10. That's not doing anything. Lifetime. Like 3. So 3 lifetime, but gravity. Um, much slower. And scale mesh size, we're going to do none. Drag, we'll put this to like 2. Make this like 500. And make the sphere like 400. Yeah, yeah, that's why we're trying to do it right. The past Kickstarter experience is terrible. And even more now than ever with Ashes. Yeah, we already have like we have so much going for us. The fact that we've been on the Unreal Engine live stream, we have a past experience building tech. We have been, we've been on the Unreal Engine live stream 3 times now, and so we have actually a lot going for us that makes me feel like we answer a lot of those hesitations. Right, we're not just some rando trying to build an MMO. We have had done close to 10 playtests at this point. And the idea is obviously we wouldn't launch it until we do a bit solid stress test as well, and so prove that we can get X amount of people on a server type thing. And why isn't this going out? And so it's like answering, like, do you have experience doing what you're doing? Can you have proof that you can build what you're building? All these factors. And like, again, it goes back to like, I might just use it as a pre-launch thing to, what do you think about receiving 25K with no projected release date? I mean, 25K wouldn't even, it'd be terrible if we got 25K. And that's the whole thing of, like, in my Kickstarter, I outlined that we want like a 2-year runway. And we live in California. That's 80K a piece pretty much. This is what it's going to cost. We'd want we want an accountant because we need to make sure that we're Kickstarter money is considered revenue. And so in the Kickstarter FAQ or the FAQ or whatever, they say that anywhere between 0 to 20% can be basically of your money can be taken and thrown to taxes. So we put in a budget for an accountant. We put in the budget for an attorney if we need anything legal done. We put in the budget for the marketplace assets. We specifically say we're not doing. We're going to be using marketplace content. We will be doing some like basic models and stuff that I've done already over the 2 years, but they're still going to be pretty basic. It's still going to be a 2-person project. The only thing we might outsource for if we have extra money is like music and audio, but that's the core kind of philosophy. I can imagine where the 25K I'm referring to went. But yeah, for raising 25K on a Kickstarter wouldn't like it wouldn't do anything at all. Um, and like there'd be no point. I don't know if you can end your project early. Like if we make our target, can we just end it early and close it off? Why isn't this one playing? This is so weird. Um, that's the thing about these Twitch viewers. Also, some of them will buy into it and then complain later. Yeah, I mean you're always gonna have people complain. But the whole thing, this is what goes into why we're different is like, are you going to enjoy your game? Come play it right now during a playtest. If you like what you see, there's just going to be a lot more of that, a lot more polish and blah yada yada yada, right? And so um, everything's subject to change still, but the general idea I think we've found our core game loop and some of our unique features, and we're just going to make them better and add more features and systems that complement them. And so there should never be a situation of, is this set to, no, it's not. Okay, that should do it. So, like, already, as I've outlined in our Kickstarter, we're way different than every single Kickstarter thing that's ever hit, especially MMOs, that's ever hit. There we go. And so we're not oblivious. And the other part is like, hey, we're not building the whole MMO. This is not what we're raising money for. We're building a polished pre-production product, right? And we're making what we have better. And you can already come in and like you've played, Lions played just one character class can give you, 10 plus hours of content, right? That is pretty stellar compared to every other MMO that's hit Kickstarter. And the more we can just continue to add stuff, the better. Again, we're looking for like a basic livable wage. to build this for 2 years, right? I think my current ask is like 350. What am I asking for right now? I'm looking for 320K right now. And even that, like, that's the pathetic, a little bit of the pathetic side is like that's a big ask for video games in a lot of time, in a lot of ways. But that's literally like I break down the budget. It's literally, you know, I'm setting ourselves at 60K a year each. That's nothing in California, you know. An accountant for 6K, legal for 10, hardware, software, server 10, marketplace budget 20K. And then we have for 2 years, our budgets, our salaries would be 240K. And then you do a 5% contingency, and then we round it up a bunch just to kind of offset. Yeah, yeah, exactly. We get a little bit of money from the state that helps support us right now, but it's nothing. It's nothing intense. Um, but the whole point here is we're gunning for a publisher of some sort to just take us on, and we might not even need to launch the Kickstarter itself. Hopefully, it just pops off from a marketing perspective, and we're good from there. But yeah, so who knows where we go with it, but this is just one of our projects out of. We have 3 projects we're focusing on right now to try and get published, and whichever one hits, we're just going to stick to that. Just as a pure financial decision and need. I think this is fine. I just wanted to have something that when you go through here, it gives some sort of effect. I still don't really like the sound effect though. Um, can modify it a little bit more. Volume. Maybe we could go higher. 1.2, 1.5. That's too high. 1.2, 1.5. Let's lower the volume a bit, like 5.6. All right, good enough. Moving on. I don't want to stay on that too long. Hurry up and make my game, make a million, help out. Well, that would be dope, dude. There's a lot of indie devs trying to pay it forward. That's why I actually love. I'm a bit of a fanboy for Outer Sloth and what they're doing there, because it is the obviously Inner Sloth team that made Among Us. They're paying it forward. They started the initiative. Then they have I think Casey Yano is his name, from the people at Mega Crate Games that did Slay the Spire. They're investing money into the fund as well, and they have one other person that's likely another mega hit indie person. Who knows if it's like Concerned Ape from Stardew Valley or something. I don't know. It's a wild guess. That's also putting money in. So they're trying to pay it forward, and they have really good terms, and they have a term that after 7 years, no matter what, that they just take a step back. The people with Among Us are really cool. I emailed them, and they said I could use the characters if I don't monetize. If it was a quick response too. Nice. But yeah, even like that's the one of the crazy parts is Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen has been for a long time building a little bit, getting funding, building a little bit, getting funding, right? And they got money from Co-Carnage. They got money from apparently one of their players was kind of wealthy and also invested in the game. And so you can kind of find ways to get money from everywhere. We still like the publisher model. Like for Ruins of Tearyn, I want the Outer Sloth model. I don't need a publisher to do all the marketing and stuff because an indie MMO just gets the spotlight for what it is. And if you just keep building and building and building and doing playtests, you're gonna get traction. So you don't really need a marketer for an indie MMO. For my other two games, I would want a more traditional publisher that does all the marketing stuff for me. Um, and I'm less concerned. Like for Ruins of Terran, I want it to be only on the Epic Games Store. For my other games, I'd rather just let the marketer, let the publisher kind of decide what's best there. Um, so it's like different strategies for different game types. All right, so I did this. The level up sound effect. Let me look at this. Hello, Tiffany. Hope you're not letting the dogs out. Hold on, I'll grab you. I did add in new chat features. So you can type to your group and stuff now. All right, so I'm just gonna add maybe change the level up. Let's change the level up effect. I'm gonna change this to a sphere. When this definitely should be local space. Do I have a star? It'd be kind of interesting. Uh, Maybe that's too cheesy. Um, Scale mesh size. Let's make this a little smaller. And then let's do a sound. All right, and then play sound application. Oh, here we go. And now another sound effect. I currently hate my current sounds, but I'm not trying to focus on it too much. Um, hmm. All right. I like these two. Um, duplicate. That's 5. I need 4. And then we random between these two and modulate. Alrighty, and but overall, I think we're making really good progress. You know, sometimes it doesn't feel that way. You gotta get when you're an indie dev, dear God, like you can make the most progress in the world, um, but when you don't get funding, it just feels god awful. Um, that sound didn't play. Yeah. I always tell people. Oh, I didn't even set it. Level up. I always tell people, because I have to work for startups that do that I've helped prototype and stuff, and a lot of them get caught up with making too deep of systems, and you need to always think about like start with a 10-minute playable, and make that look really good, and figure out your core loop. Oh, I'm doing the wrong thing. Um, because you need the option to go to people to get funding if you need it. That's a pretty big hurdle. That is the thing. All systems were designed for me. I just have to work around them, but I keep breaking them. Yeah. I'm not sure if you watched my video on game architecture yet, but it it could help you with a little bit of that and just how you. I forget what game engine are you using. All right, that's done. UE4. Okay. Yeah. Consider separating systems through actor components. I may have mentioned to you this before, um, but like if we bring up my player master, down here I have all my actor components, right? So UI, and I've actually adjusted this in one of the newer versions of Virgo Third, but the UI is basically more user widgets. And so if we go to the view part, any user interface components like a nameplate would be where that kind of code goes, and then inventory, death, graph data, um, action managers, how cooldowns are managed, and abilities are loaded. So that type of stuff. So I categorize everything. Team component is groups and whatever. Targeting is all targeting. Manages, like especially in tab target, your ally target. your enemy target. It does other stuff for auto targeting. Your animation manager, so I have a system that just everything gets pushed through the animation manager. Mesh VFX can be cosmetic systems, those things. I have a loot system for how yeah, AI and players drop loot. It kind of holds their loot table if loot's enabled or not. Progression system is talent trees. Design tool is just a random thing for example level. Statistics holds all statistic code and stuff for changing statistics. Input is everything related to your controls. Experience is experience in your level, in your current level. Your quest component, your crafting component, and then I create a new one for my Registry of Chronicles, which handles all my Registry of Chronicle code. And so, and then within those, you only access the code through every component I have. So if we go here, every component I have has an interface that goes with it, and you only access the functions through interfaces. Excuse me. Sorry about that. And it follows a couple principles. It's like kind of clean code principles, right? One of the main ones, like you think of solid and stuff for clean code principles. You want things to be like very single use or single mindset functionality. Then you want your blueprints. You don't want tons of like hands in the honeypot type thing. So you don't want like you wouldn't want some sort of like actor in the world pulling out their character's health, modifying the health, and then sending it back to, then sending it through some random object in the world. You will always want to set it through one system. And so, obviously, character blueprints get so bloated, it gets very convoluted. And that's why I'm breaking it down into all this. So, that game architecture video I linked earlier might be a good watch on how to. Now, of course, that's easier said than done, and maybe it's too far along to really go back and stuff. But, going forward, you might be able to make improvements. And like single responsibility is this one of the solid principles, and that goes into all that stuff. But yeah, it really is something that we're trying to do, trying to change the industry with and make it better. Because like all these, like things that you might be experiencing right now is tech debt, right? And the way you coded your game in the early days is now affecting your efficiency now in order to add content to the game or add features to the game. But it would take too long to go back and fix everything. So you're stuck working inefficiently, right? And that's some of the things we're trying to fix. And by all means, that's not a you problem. That's an industry problem because we don't get enough time to properly do pre-production and figure things out. All right, so I got that done. This is really not necessary. I'm going to get that off my list because I have a workaround. I could just edit data in the cloud if I really wanted to add something to the game. Better tooltip options for loot. It's kind of being bumped. Because I only have like 2 days or so, I have to really pick which battles I want here. I have the template and touched that I used for reference, so it wasn't too difficult for just time consuming. Yeah, exactly. You have everything, but it just needs to work. I know. Just work, God damn it. All right, so I think all of these I'm bumping to next time. This one is unloading removed loot. This is I need to do more studying on because when I tried it, I did make some tweaks on it. Oh, I do need to update my patch notes. What did I do here? So polish, added to entering a firepot, added. And I think I did. Did I change? Do the Register of Chronicles? Yeah. Okay. And then I named the zones as well. Do I have a place for this? Environment. All right. All this bumped until later. And now we just have this stuff here. This is kind of a little bit of a last resort here. Even this is kind of like later. If time. So healers now have smite and heal at level 1. So they can actually nuke stuff. Yeah, I fixed that. I think that was in one of my other posts. Yeah, level 1 clerics start with smite. And I need to get a lot of stuff done because I have to test a lot of the melee classes because I changed their. They don't just have cooldowns now; they have stamina, which is basically the same thing as mana, but melee version of it. And I separated the statistics on them. So in vertical third, I give you your primary. You give your 4 resources in vertical third: your health, your primary resource, your secondary resource, and then your tertiary resource. And so casters use the primary, which is mana, and then melee will use the secondary, which is now stamina. And so that way we can play with different rates for regeneration on the different classes. And so there could be an item. I don't want to have a situation where it's like, oh, hunter item, and there's a mage regeneration item that a hunter wants because the values are the same. Yeah, it's very hard. Like for me, it was really apparent when I was playing the warrior and the rogue that I was getting too button mashy. And that goes against my principle and philosophy, right, of a slower paced combat game. And so I needed a way to prevent people from button mashing. And managing your resource as a melee class is going to be needed. Plus, it makes you sit as well to make sure you think about regen yourself. And it gets into the factor, especially the tank, if you're not managing your stamina properly, you might not hold aggro, right? So there's that aspect. All right, so one of the first, I think I want to do the death. I want to make a better death animation. Um, I don't think Mixamo has any type of good death thing. Hmm. They have normal, they kind of got more standard ones. Well, I want something really extravagant. Um, hmm. What Paragon things do I have in here? The Paragon death animations can be frustrating because um, how Paragon was set up was everything goes into ragdoll after a certain point. Uh, so it would click into ragdoll right here. So it's not a full animation. It's just burp, which is kind of annoying. And I don't really want ragdoll physics in my game. To even there, it feels like an incomplete animation. Yeah. I think they have a recall. Let me look at some of the what is it? Paragon. I don't they have this somewhere. Do they have the recall stuff? This is in the right list. This is a playlist that has them all. Yeah, a lot of the Paragon animations were like okay. The one thing that drives me nuts on the Paragon animations is the sword and shield characters have the sword on the left hand and the shield on the right hand, and that drives me freaking wildly annoyed. I used to pull this up with no issues. Is it this guy? Playlist? I do like this one. That's a good one. I might make that the new warrior taunt. That's cool. I'm gonna start outlining these a little bit. Um, warrior enrage. That throw could actually be used for the rogue, I think. It's not too bad. So what I'm looking at here is how I can cut up the animation. And so once they die, I could have them basically cut out that last little bit where they fly up and disappear. There's potential there. That one doesn't do anything interesting. Hmm. I don't know if this guy would translate properly. Oh, I think that's the one I used previously. Okay, Sevrog might be the death animation. or recall. That could be it too. Seraph. Somebody's real name. Oh, it's totally this one. It's Muriel. That's what I've used in the past for something cool. All right, Muriel's the one. Muriel. Recall. All right, let's go get that. I think I have it in my other files, if I'm not mistaken. Where did I put all these things? No, I have these somewhere. Muriel, let's look up. Where did I store these damn things? I literally would have swore I just found these somewhere. What am I doing wrong here? Am I spelling this right? Here it is. What? Okay, maybe not. Oh, is it there? Documents, real projects. Maybe I just go ahead and download it. So twiddling my thumbs here. Where is this damn folder? Why is it not showing me it? D drive. Okay, here we go. All right, let's do a quick save. I'm going to submit. Sorry for already twiddling my thumbs here. Ruins of Tearyn content. Going to match the folder structure here. MP Paragon. And I'm going to take Muriel, copy, paste, and let's see if I get a crash at all here. Okay. Sometimes the Paragon stuff can crash your computer. All right, so now we have the recall. Yeah, this is going to be dope. We'll have to do something interesting at the end, but all right, so now we need a retarget. I think I can just duplicate this, maybe. Or create a new one. Okay, retarget. Maybe let me just try this, because I know. Let me just try this. Recall. Let's go to it and retarget. Is core Cinti. Let's only do the retarget assets. And then I'll put that in. Here. Okay. So this is the new one. So IK retarget. This is Muriel to Cinti. That's kind of hilarious how that lined up. Just barely sticking out, it's giving them a smiley face. That's hilarious. That's like just funny positioning. Chain mapping, root, spine, neck, head, left, left arm, left thumb, right arm, right thumb, right leg, left leg. All right. Gotta look for any type of weird finger stuff. This looks like it's all coming through fine. Now, where's anything that shows fingers? I guess she doesn't really have much fingers movement. Oh, looks pretty good though. Yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with that. Go Unreal. All right, save. Oops. Save all. Now, I think if I go Muriel to Cinti, so I think I have a retarget for this core. Let's see if this still works. Yeah. root, spine, head, left arm, left thumb, left head, ring left, ring right ring, left ring, ring left ring, right clavicle, right arm, right thumb, right index, right ring, right leg, left. Okay. Let's check this again. So I should not need this one because I already have this one. Force delete. Get my music restarted. Let's go to the 2006 one. All right, let's double check this again. Yeah, I mean everything seems our intent. All right. So now we can go to the recall. We're going to retarget core. Yeah, core Cinti. We're not going to generate. We're going to choose Muriel to core or to Cinti. And then we're going to just choose the recall for now. And dump it in the Paragon animation thing. This will be, the prefix will do Muriel. Cinti, Muriel. Plus, and then recall. All right, so there we go. So now we get to layer a bunch of stuff on this. So back here. Yeah, that's one way I'm trying to elevate the game too, right? Like getting these animations from these high quality sources and adding them in. I might make that a big priority for next month, is to just do a big redo on animation overhaul. Because I have every single Paragon character downloaded, but I only have like 2 or 3 implemented into the project. And so I'd love to really switch up things on that front. And Paragon being a dead game, basically, I know it's been resurrected by fans a little bit there, but it'll allow, it makes people like really not be too familiar with the kind of assets or whatever. So this is the death asset. So we're going to make a animation montage. We're going to cut out we're going to start at like here. So 1.6. and then we're going to speed that up. So I'm going to put one of these in, another one in, end at 3. Start this at 3, or it's probably more than that. It's probably like 4. Oop, 1.6, 5 maybe. And so we're going to speed that up, maybe like 3. That's way too fast. 5, 5. And then what is the recall end? Oh, that's not the one. Respawn. That's not good. Respawn. Recall. We don't have a recall end. It's got to be a different one. There we go. Teleport land. All right, let's do that one. Teleport start. Okay, let's do this one. Retarget. Teleport land. Wait, ultimate. Teleport land. What is teleport land? Okay. Ultimate. What is ultimate land? Ultimate. Okay. That one. Here we go. This is Muriel. Or Muriel. And then does the rest. All right, now this can be sped up a ton. We don't need that long in the air. And then we only need like right here. Start at maybe .5. Nope. .2. Okay, 0. .5. Interesting. And then look at death. What's this look like? I don't want that one. So the question is, do I just fade out when the character? I could fade the whole mesh out here and leave like a tombstone, and like that'd be a kind of a different way of doing death. But at the same time, it's a lot easier to visibly identify someone when their body's still there. Um, yeah, these ones are a little better. That's not too bad. Let's do like .25 here. I want it to be super extravagant as a death animation. I'm gonna try this real quick. Recall. This is 1.6 to 5. -1. Let's put this over here. Looks tame. Then again, yeah, I think as much as I'd like to do a tombstone, I think it makes it harder to see your character identify a character. If there's like a battle resing situation and like trying to find your character. I guess technically your name's over your head and stuff still. I don't like the snap right now. Sword. Idle. I think this is a Cinti Studio animation. Right? And play rate this by like 6. I think for a little bit of the timing constraints right now, I'm going to try Tombstone. And play with that part a little bit later. All right. Let's go to I think I have to do a different way of doing death now, if I'm correct. Where did I put this? All right, let's look for, like right now I have a death system that's a little bit different because it's more animation state based. Do I need to modify this anymore? Oh no, it's a spam call. I might not need to modify this anymore. So I think I can just use this recall. Now the problem with this actually is this is going to do it for all Cinti characters. And I only want this to happen on the player characters. So I can't do it here. I think. I have to think about how I want to do this. Because this just sets a death state. So I might have to do a get player class. And now we're also doing get character type. And we're going to set that as a variable. And then we'll do a blend poses. On character type. And so default, I guess we don't even need player. So we're going to remove the player. And then if it's an AI, we go here. And if it's not, we go here. And now let's go see what happens when I die. So when I die, it should basically do nothing. I just won't be able to move. But the animation should do nothing. A law? There we go. I might be able to just target myself and hit respawn, but actually my respawn command only does targets, not allied targets. Okay, good. But if I now take this, let's just turn on this guy over here. Save. Okay. Gonna be that way, right? All right. Enemies. Okay. Weird. What do you mean? Perforce is annoying sometimes. Okay. Override over here. All right. Oh, this I can just do respawn. All right, and he still plays his death animation, so that works. So when I die, I can now go to, I think it's the stat component. Okay. Okay, I already have the dissolve set up, so I should be able to, in theory, um, animation component. And we do animation like misc. Oh, I do need to identify get character type. And we're going to do players do this. Everything else skips it. And this is now recall. And then if we go to the mesh VFX component, the fade out should be set up already. Fade out. Goes to the character. Okay. Player character. Master. Why is it doing this? Mesh fade out. Mesh fade. What? That's not right. What am I missing here? Get owner, RT mesh fade out. Am I overriding that somewhere else? Or do I only use that on... I guess I'm only using that on probably NPCs right now. I probably never implemented it for... okay. Let me take this then. just going to copy this over, and I'll modify from there. All right, this is fade out. I guess I only need fade out right now. We'll just start with that. And let's see what happens. I think this is always true for characters. All right. Excuse me. I think I did this right. So if we're a player, we trigger this animation, and we fade out. Hopefully. It's probably going to run away. All right, well played. Oh, my helmet and stuff did not. All right. But then the animation ended pretty quickly. One thing I might be getting into. All right, so the play rate too fast for one. And the end time. It's probably too long. We can end at 6. Maybe 7. All right, whatever. We'll leave it at 10. Yeah, I do need one that's 6 there still. Okay. And then this one's going to be a little bit different for the fade. The timeline on this one, we will set so this is only going to be a fade out. So we're going to start at 1. And then if we go to the thing, we'll start fading out at 350. length 10. Time 3.5. And then slowly go to 0 at 10. And then in the master here, let's play from start. And so for some reason the static mesh. Okay, so the way I'm setting these is not setting the right. I think it might be on the classes specifically. Let's go to Enchanter. Or it's the cosmetic aspect. Head. I'll get back to that. I need let me put a bunch of these together. I probably have to break for food soon. Oh, this is my respawn point. Oh no, I've been destroyed. So not quite there yet. I may not need this here for now. And then, I guess, direction. When we're finished, we will take the mesh, like set hidden. And this is where we could do like, let's just add a random static mesh. And we'll do like a tomb. collision obviously needs to be completely turned off. No collision, custom, and then hidden. Something messed up with those for some reason. So the fade out is going way too slow. So this needs to be more at like 8. Wait, did I modify the wrong thing? Class enchanter. That I didn't do anything to. AI master. Did I mess this up? Nope. Okay, good. I'm going to close that so I don't mess it up. Display our character. AI. Is this just a weird fluke that these things were white? Why were they white? It might just be a weird loading issue. It's still too slow. Okay, it's only an 8-second thing. So it kind of has to be done around 6, so. That was better. think 6 is fine. Just need to make sure that the okay, I don't need this, don't need that. I might need that. All right, so these I don't need right now because the player needs to be able to be rezzed. Overlay. I shouldn't need any of this. Oh, okay, so this is why I did this. So overlay, we're setting it to nothing. Play from start. And then over here we want to set the overlay back. If we're, oh, we can kind of, okay, I'll just forget that for now. And then for some reason the enchanter weapons and stuff are not. Very cute. Okay. Is Mom driving you? Okay. Mama, can you get in and out? Is that okay? Um. So what is setting this here? Did you leave it in the car maybe? I'll be right back. All right. Let me try this again. I don't know where I'm at. So the helmet material is not being set. All the materials and the weapons and stuff are not being set properly. This is why. Okay, so I do need that part. You turn off the outline. So I need this here. Play from start. And then when we set the Alright, so the mesh assets for here are not being set right. RT Elvin. How are these not set properly? They are set properly. What's going on? Oh. Where is this being set? That's why. So I don't know if this is being set. Okay. They're all set. Interesting. So yeah, it's like it's working there. What's going on with it after this? And what the heck happened to my deers and moose? So it sees that they're there and it's not setting their dither. Oh, okay, so some of these are working here. They're just not. I need to turn the overlay off. Um, for each loop. And And then when we're done that, we do this. And then the enchanter specifically has this stupid thing. We'll duplicate dither. And I have to add dither to these. Where's the dither? What's it plugged into again? Opacity mask. All right, I think I got those little equipment pieces figured out. Except the cone's still not doing it. Almost there, though. I'll have to AFK for a second. I'll be RB. I am here. Alright. Alright, I made the materials. Did I actually set them to the class? Would probably be the problem. Alright, dither. Dither, dither. And then this one has dither. And if I set this to .5, it works. So that right there shows me something's not working. I also increase this like small things. I let you take your view, bring your view out a lot more. I don't know what's going on with the moose and deer right now. It might just be a random shader loading issue. Alright, so everything but the ball is working at the moment. I can also take the print screen off. Take that off. And that's probably because it's attached to an attached, right? No. Oh, it's because we're only setting one thing of it. This is probably only working for one slot. It might only be doing a specific slot. The easy thing to do would be to make this a different weapon. Just something else for now. So it's a single static mesh. Oh, actually, that's weird. It's not doing the first slot, but it is doing the second slot, which is very odd. Do I just need that? Nope. Yeah, so some deer are loading fine and some aren't. It's gotta be some random issue. That's so strange. Why the sphere is not being dithered. It's got to be an issue with the material, right? Let's try this. Let's put gold in both spots. Does it work? It does. All right, so we're just going to take the gold. This is a very kind of half-assed version of this, but make it that color. There we go. And we're just going to say goodbye to whatever that material was, because it's really not that important. There we go. There we go. Then we're also going to include the ruins now. I think I can just attach them here. The ruins clearly don't have the right texture, material, whatever you want to call it. But I did organize the registry chronicles a little better. Made it so that when you do get level ups and stuff, that you can see your character. And so it's the next little iteration. Made it a little bit cleaner. Made it a little less like mobile UI looking. So we'll see how it goes and evolves over time. Beautiful. All right, so now Let me make sure that, is this being played by everyone? So let's do 2 players. Gonna walk this guy over here. All right, cool. It's playing. And they faded out. Perfect. And then when the forward is done, we're going to take the tombstone and actually the tombstone itself needs to fade in. So we need to do which nature biome. Let's see if I can just do an RT, Cinti, do Elven. Yeah, that's fine. And then we're going to need one of these. Oh, come on. I realize this weird bug where you can't copy and paste until you switch tabs back and forth. And yeah, I mean, that's probably fine. So Tombstone, we're actually not going to do, whatever. So we're going to start by setting the Tombstone material dither to 0. We're going to set it to not hidden. And then play from the start. And update is going to be here. I'll be right back again. How about my kiddo? All right. We going back and forth AFK a little bit here, but so yeah, let's get this going. I think I'm safe to say I can close all these. Play our character. Get rid of all those. I want this one over here. Okay, tombstone. There it goes. Okay, it's a little slow. So I think I do need to hide the. I mean, it's a little bit perspective based. Maybe I do need to hide the UI and stuff. I don't know. We'll see. Kind of hides the effect a little bit. And then what's going on over here? Why does this take forever to come through? Oh, because this is set to 10 seconds, so we'll actually set it down to 6. And then I do think I just need 1 second on this one. It'd be kind of cool if I just, when you get rezzed, you reverse it all and you come floating back down. It's kind of a cool effect. So if I'm closer, let's see if the effect kind of shows more. Something obviously messed up here, but because your bars kind of get in the way a little bit. Maybe I just hide your bars. I kind of like that. That's pretty cool to me. I think that's pretty cool. Um, yeah, let's hide your bars a little bit until the effect ends. Um, so I think it was what? Just take your nameplate and do set visibility. I'll be RB one more time. All right, so now nameplate hides, they fade out, tombstone fades in, and the nameplate comes back. That's perfect. That's beautiful. All right. And so now we just make the opposite. So when you res, and then we can try and layer in some sounds and stuff, and VFX. All right, so now we have over here on dead. So we did this split here. We're going to do the same. Fade out. So let's just make another one of these, I guess. RT, mesh, fade in, say player. So AI and stuff is whatever. Fade in player. And then we're going to copy this. Taj reverse. And then just make the whole play rate -1. Reverse, okay. And then we go to the player master. Fade in, I guess do fade out reverse or fade in player. So we're going to do all of this reverse from end. And then in this case, we have to do all this when it ends. So we're played from backward. And we finish. The visibility is already back on. Or I guess I still do this. Nameplate visibility. Because I want the effect. We're going to turn that off. We didn't do any overlays yet, so that's good. Reverse from end. So all of these have to now be put back. I think. Hopefully it doesn't screw up too much, but we'll see. Oh, and then at the same time, we do this, so we can do this in sequence, technically. We want to reverse the tombstone. I don't know. Let's see what happens there. All right, we can try this with one right now. Okay. I love that. That looks so cool. Res? That's pretty cool. Now the second one, resing is a little slow. Then I turn the decal back on. Oh, that's weird. I can't type. Just let me hit enter. Okay. I need to hit play again. I'm forgetting what's next. Oh. This needs to just be sped up. And I actually don't need the long dramatic kind of fade in. So we can start this at like 2. Maybe 3. What the heck? Oh, it's doing the opposite. Okay. So I need to do like 8. Let's see how this looks. Okay. Res. Beautiful. I am so into this. Something's not going quite right with the tombstone thing. Maybe I just need to activate it quicker. Oh, it's because this is no longer the same timing as the animation. So I need another one of these. We'll just play from the start. I guess we'll just play from the end, whatever. And because this is now how long? This is only a 2-second time now. So if we did length 2, I technically don't even need that. And then this is just 2, I guess. Update. Backward is then when we do this. Let me give this a shot real quick. Maybe I just do them at the same time, I guess. Let's go here. And then here. Then these guys are at the end. Okay. And then I need to let's make sure that if I click respawn, the same thing happens. It should. Okay. And something's locking my chat commands out. Let's see if this fixes it at all. It doesn't. Like why I can't chat for some reason. I'll be right back. All right. So I need to get the. Let me look at the levels I have. I need to put respawns in. Just add. Spawn. All right, so we're done. We die. Yeah, so this should only come up if you're not if you're not the controlled person. Because you can obviously see your own stuff. So. All right, and then last thing, hopefully the respawn works this time. All right, cool. Respawn worked there, just fine. And then, yeah, we just need to do if. So we're only going to show nameplates again if it's local, if it's not locally controlled. So, oh, that's not what we want. Is locally controlled. Branch. And same thing over here. When this is all right, so I think outside of that it's fine. So let's get 2 players again. All right, so here, characters, whatever, getting beat up. All right, and then on my character, I do not see my nameplate, which is correct. And then I res, and they're back. And now they're supposed to have their nameplate back. Okay. So fade pin. When the fade is finished, at the very end, we do this. If it's not locally controlled, we give the nameplate back on. And second TT. All right, we both should be able to see the death. And now we res. Come back down. Boom. There's the. Awesome. And then we just release. Sweet. All right, so now we need to improve the UI and add some layer in some effects, some sounds and visuals. Bobby BRB. All right. I think the code of this is done. This is probably just a visual glitch or a loading glitch that if I restart the engine, it's probably fixed. Fade out. Bam. That fades in. And then let's just shrink this down for a sec. If I hit release, bam, they're back. It's the same code for a release versus a res, so there shouldn't be any type of difference. Wait, why can't, what the? That is so weird. It might just be a... It might just be a... Well, it wasn't working before either. I don't know. I don't know what's disabling my ability to chat. Hmm. Weird. Doesn't sound like Van Buren. Is it? Guess it is. Oh. um. Res. All right. Yeah, this is dope. Now, I don't know what's going on with the chat and what's triggering it to fail. All right. Time to layer in the sound effects. And so that could be a future where like you get to almost like Worms Armageddon it, where you get to almost have cosmetic rewards for your tombstone, and like you can customize your tombstone, which I kind of like the idea of, to be honest. All right. The animation. This is coming in. So we have two of them. Let me turn off my music for a little bit here. Actually, that's actually pretty dope for the first one. I think it's this one. So let's add in a sound. Yeah, so now we can start layering a little bit of variety here. So, not variety, but we're going to take, we want to burst off a little bit. So, we're going to end maybe at like, let's do 1.6 maybe. So maybe increase this to like, no. We're going to end this at like 3. And start this one at 3. But this one's going to be like 2. I'm going to do 2.6. And then this one ends, starts at 2.6, 3.6. And then we do another one at 3.6. And so this one starts at 3, then 2, and then 1. And then when we hit the sound, you probably can hear this right now, but oh, I have a sound volume. So this is what it sounds like. I'll lower that. I think I'll do this to 3.6, to 4.6. And then once again, wait, what? 3.6 is 2 to 1.5. And then we go slow. Okay, here we go. Get this guy. Let's see how that plays. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And now we can do like a VFX of some sort. Play Niagara. I don't know what I'm going to do on this one. Niagara. Ooh, what's this? Is it usable? Maybe. Let's duplicate this. We'll do it death. We're going to get rid of whatever that last thing is. Okay, we want that. We want that. That's good. This thing we don't need. Goodbye. And then we go over here. And socket core. Gotta play with the timing a bunch, I think. These are probably not local. Oop, I did not mean to hit play. They're clearly not quite what I'm looking for here. Socket core. Advanced absolute scale. Socket root. If I do that, just at the start. Okay, so maybe it's the effect is actually. So maybe I do need keep the core. Change the rotation maybe. That's probably negative 90. Okay, there's that. Now 2 of these would actually be kind of cool. And then put that at 90. Obviously, we're going to probably tone down the effects a little bit, but I'm going to check on this and then I have to AFK a second. Yeah, so we just play with the timing, so like fade out basically when everything explodes, and it's like going a little bit too big. We're on BRB 1 second. This is the weird thing, like everything here is like organizing properly, whereas during the last test, some people had stuff get sporadically all over the place, loaded. Don't know what's going on there. I don't know. That's pretty good, just as it is. I could probably fade it out more after that, but let's take a look at. I'll be here one more time. let's see what the sound's like here. All right, pretty cool. Can definitely lower the volume a little bit there. All right, so now, yeah, death. I want to make this more of a red. And we're going to make it a little bit less big. So what's this one? I think this is the, okay, that's that guy. That I can leave untouched, except color. Okay. And then this guy is the burst. Okay, that's actually fine. Again, color. And this guy is the giant explosion. I have to AFK one more time. I'm going back and forth with my kiddos here. BRB. All right, back again. All right, so this one is what? So this one's probably a little bit too big of an explosion. So scale mesh size, let's go from 20 to like 10. Okay. Sparks, no. I think the sparks are kind of fine. But then the smoke, we can turn the size down a little bit. Maybe just 100. Yeah. That's 200, 100. And then let's take the color again. Why is the color not coming in? Hello, Soft Cloud. How are you? I'm currently, I wanted a very dramatic death kind of animation. So that is what I'm working on right now for my Indie MMO. Happy birthday. Thank you. Just waiting for AI to spawn here. I'm just forcing myself to die here. I don't know if I like it the way it was or not. And now it's a little bit hard to see. Maybe I don't make the change what it was. Oh, weird. Whatever bug I'm having does it across both. I have a weird bug where I can't, it doesn't let me type anymore, and it happens on both screens, which is very odd. So let me pull up the original. This is why I make a duplicate. Copy. Oh, okay. That's not what I wanted. So I have to Copy this, I think. All right, let's go back to this. But yeah, so this is a indie MMO. We're kind of EverQuest WoW inspired. Um, if you're still here, I'm not sure. But we have a playtest on this weekend if you want to join out. Friday to Sunday, and you can experience what we got. I'm a little bit focused on getting some work done, so I mean it's about the same as before, but all right, that's good. Um, and then what I'll do is, let me see here. Why is this doing this? Okay. Oh, that's the tank one. So I'm going to duplicate this again. Death 02. And I'm just going to take off these. And then we're going to put them in here. Play Niagara. This is Death 02. Take that rotation. Copy. A little more. So this is right by like the K-ish, like that. Yeah, but this time it's probably faded out, so I probably don't need that one. And so now we could use some effects, some sound effects for some more, let's think here. Sorry if these are loud. I'm not sure if they're coming through big time. Wow. These are not what I'm looking for. This is 24:15.
They are still capable of killing you. Systems at 100%.
That might be something I could do too. But that might be just for the player themselves, not everyone else. Yeah, that is totally... Let's do this, and then on the widget, I think it's the scoreboard. Let's go to widget root. Scoreboard results. And this guy we're going to completely change to a full screen thing. 20 by 1080. Compile that. Widget root. Yep, that's all fine. No. Oh, come on. And this guy we will reorganize here. It's gotta be a show results. And then this play sound 2D. Enter. That's spooky. Because I have to go find it now. Sound cue, I think I did res. Not that. What was it? That's the one. And then, just for the sake of it, we do this here and this here. volume maybe .6. Beautiful. Oh, that's perfect. All right, I do need to raise. Go to widget scoreboard. Why is this? Image scoreboard results. It's there. Okay, so this is the container. Okay, so this is the body. So this I can put back down to like I think it was 800 by 400. And then this guy is supposed to be anchored to the middle. For some reason I have this thing as a massive image, but what is this? The countdown? I don't know if I even use that. Okay, wait, this is just those things. All right. Oh, so I see what I was kind of doing here. I was doing something like this. Okay, a little higher. Oh yeah, and the countdown I don't even use, I think, it would seem. Or I'm supposed to, actually. This guy, let's add him a little bit higher. Yeah, I love it, dude. I'll show you in 1 second. I'm still layering. Uh, but yeah, no, it's looking really good. I'm kind of at the UI component a little bit, and then a little bit of sound. I think the sound might be coming through. Let's see. I don't know if it did. I come through. Let's see if it comes through. All right, the sound's not coming through. Hold on, let me try and find was it preview? It's still not coming through. Hold on. Maybe I have to do the editor. It's not taking the sound in for some reason. Yeah, the tombstone. I was thinking that we could make it so like you could customize your tombstone, almost like going back to Worms Armageddon. It's looking pretty good. But goddamn, why is this sound come through? Um, it's being so weird. Let me remove this. Ruins of Tearyn game. It's like OBS. I mean, Unreal can be really finicky with OBS at times, and let me remove it. Dawdles. Let me remove that. Game capture. Sometimes there's conflicts. Music. All right, so add application audio. Okay, there we go. All right, so now you should be able to hear the ambient, the obvious, the environment sounds. But here we go. Isn't that pretty cool? Isn't that pretty thematic? You know? I'm still layering a little bit of sound here. I think that's pretty dope. Now I just need something. I'm kind of torn on. Yeah, it's replicated, and so like I'll throw up two. Now the only thing that's not replicated is the more music-ish, like whatever it's called. But the boom is. I'll show you what it looks like when someone else sees it. Stick that person there. This person over here. So we hear the thud, and then they do that, and fade out there. And then if we hit res, we wind back in. I think that's dope. I think this is amazing. I love this. Thank you. And then yeah, party wipe will be awesome. Boom, 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 boom. Oh no. I don't know why the timer's not showing up. That's weird. The timer's supposed to show. Um, but maybe I just hide the timer and then you eventually release. But I thought I didn't. And so now I'm thinking of what camera effects do I want to do. Do I want to do it like I could gray out the screen a little bit, but does that deter from like people viewing when something's dead and stuff? Um, And then let me look up something real quick. I think I might do. Maybe I add a quick little just image. That kind of takes away from the. Yeah, I can't really do that. It might take away from the. I think I might just need a different defeats thing. I might just leave it as is. I think for our first iteration, I think this is pretty solid. Like sometimes you would do like a little bit of a fade, like a darkened screen or something like that, but I still want people to be able to watch their team do stuff, you know? I could just do a, you know what I'm going to do? I think I'm going to instantly turn it grayscale and then fade out of it. I think that's what I'm going to do. So let's do that. Let's go to the player master. Go to the camera. What is the post-process thing I need to do here? Post-process grayscale. Unreal Engine. Saturation. So saturation. And so, yeah, so when the fade out happens, camera, post-process, settings, and we're going to set members. And then we'll do TT, turn it down. Color grading, global. To 0 everything. Let's try this. And then set post process settings. This is obviously only for the player that dies. And then so by default they're what? Go to camera. Color grading. So I guess it's these. Do I need to do another set member instruct that only takes saturation? Or we don't do this. We do get saturation or break saturation. Oh, no, this is right. I had it right. And so I don't think I need this. I just need this. So saturations. And then we go here. It's these parts, so it's just everything's one. So right after we do this, now I wonder if this is doing it, this might be doing it for everyone. So I have to make sure it only does it for let's do locally controlled again. If it's true, we go up here. We do this. If it's false, we just pass through. And then we also are going to do another timeline. So just sequence this. Play from start. There's going to be probably maybe just 1, 0, 0. We don't need this point. And 1, 1. And we update this to just here. We probably will need, we want to keep it, hold it for 1 second and then fade out. So time 2, time 1. And then we just plug this in to all of these. And let's see what happens. Sweet. Sweet. It's like those little subtle things that you just keep layering, keep layering. This gray screen, and then it comes back. Yeah, the respawn in as well, yep. Oh, that's so cool. I love this. And again, I love the idea of just like you can customize your grave a bunch, you know? That'd be kind of fun to do. Alright, so now just a little bit more sound effects here. So let's try and get like an explosion sound or something. It's god awful. I'm sorry if I'm blasting audio to you guys. That one's not bad. And let's just add a little bit of modulator. Pitch, we'll go from like 0.9 to 1.1. Maybe a bit more. 0.7. 1.2. I think I kind of like the lower sounds. 0.5 to 0.7. Yeah, going through your sound effects is pretty brutal in some of the sound packs. Oh, I gotta close this out. What's still controlling it? And then maybe some sort of like I don't know a word for it. I think it's going to be more an abilities thing. Dark. That's a song, I think. That is a song or something. I want like a sizzle or something. Show folder view. Is there a sizzle? Burn. Oh. Real quick, I'm going to put this on the reverse. Add play zone. And there we go. My roommate's dog had 3 puppies. He's not here as much, so I have been taking her out. He was just home, and she came to my room to be let out. It's always fun when you have puppies in the house. So that's the sound I'm just doing for when you get rezzed. And something. Come on now. All right. Back to the other one. Okay. What's this from? Environment. Ow. Let me lower this. That's a glue stick? What? That sounds like someone making a noise and they called it unlock. That's hilarious. It sounds like someone went and apparently it's an unlock sound. None of these are what I want. Well, I like the actual like little explosion there. I might be able to layer that. I don't know. I think that's going to conflict with the other one I did. There's a little bit of a tail end there. Let me see how it looks right now. So I did a post-processing effect. So as soon as you die, it grays out, but then after it'll come back. Color comes back after 2 seconds. Oops. Res. Honestly, I think I'm going to leave it here. I think this is more than enough of a first iteration here, and I think I'm going to let it sit. Writes down cheat codes. They're GM codes, yo. Only GMs can use them. Mwahaha. I don't know if I'm floating too long. What do you think? Am I floating too long there? Should I fade out sooner or? Does it have extra dramatic? Does the dramatic effect feel good? So that's something that we're going to have to play with. There's probably not, but you might get certain levels of res sickness. Like in EverQuest, when you got res, you had res sickness that made you worse, right? Which may stack, type thing. But you think it will transition? The animation is okay if you get reds in the middle of an animation. It's not likely you'll get res right in the middle of an animation because you can't like pre-cast a res, right? And resing will be a long casting time. Um, Resing in these like EverQuest-esque type things are usually kind of slow casting because it's the type of thing that we let you res whenever you want, but there's drawbacks to doing so. And battle resing is a thing, um, but it's not going to be like WoW where you like instant res someone, they get back up and they're just a-okay, they can do whatever. Um, it's going to play out differently. I definitely want to see the explosion in color. So we're going to do transition this to like 1.5 or so, something like that. Just like a half second earlier. It's going to be a cast skill, so Dex could be instant for me. What do you mean by that? Like as soon as you see them fall over, you can res them. Yeah. It might be that you have to wait till you like the see the tombstone, or like I'm sure like I mean let's just test this here. I think it's going to be one of those things that either you have to wait till the tombstone is seen, or oh, excuse me. So there, it could be a mechanic where it prevents you from resing until the actual tombstone appears. Um, as another form of punishment type thing, because we want death to be meaningful in the game, and part of that is just time. And so, like you'll see on what other people see is your nameplate actually goes away while you die, and then comes back when your tombstone's up. But you still technically are like I'm still technically targeting it or the character, and then it comes back afterwards. But yeah, so I could technically start casting res right when they die. Otherwise, it'll say, "Hey, this character's not dead. You can't res them." Um, so if you try and cast a res on a living target, it'll actually prevent you from doing so. To like try and pre-res it. Yeah, I like the waiting for the tombstone idea too. Yep. That's the thing is like sometimes in these games, like we were limiting you to 8 spells, right? You might not have your resurrect spell mesmerized, and so or memorized, and so you might have to do a quick ability swap in order to do that. But yeah, honestly, I'm sold. That is dope. Um, we will. The last thing I'll do here is switch out that button. Where is it? I'm going to replace that button with the template button. That's not the right one. Okay, this guy's got to go. Button template. Respawn. New. Button size 300. There we go. Sure. Maybe 250. Just delete you. Throw a bunch of errors. Even construct. Get button. Bind on release. Custom event. And this. I'm going to test this, then I'm going to go eat. Oh, yeah. All right. I like it. He's trying to get max level fighting boars. I know, right? The funny part is you'll basically be able to do that. We'll be able to fulfill the South Park destiny. I'll make a bunch of boar camps nonchalantly, you know. The last thing was um, I need to make sure that one res sound effect is whatever it's called. Recall. Okay, it is. And then we're going to lower the volume by like that. You know, society is falling when you get that reference. I know, right? Thank you. So check this out. I'm gonna be AFK here a second. I'm gonna go eat. Alrighty. That's one thing off the list. Update my patch notes. Polish. Ah. Move that there. Visual aesthetic. Boom. Alrighty. Just had some in and out. Wife got me a cupcake for my birthday and an oatmeal cookie. So I'm eating that. Yum. I love oatmeal cookies. I don't know what these ones are called, but it's the two oatmeal cookies, a layer of icing in the middle, oatmeal pie cookie or something. My favorites. All right. Mm-hmm. All right. What we got next? Yeah, I'm not. Anyway, I used to drink milk like crazy when I was a kid, but wasn't really understanding that the reason my gut hurt so much was because I was lactose intolerant. So I'd constantly have to go to the bathroom at school because of it. And in my older years, I'm not the biggest milk fan. We usually have like oat milk or almond milk. But even that, I kind of drink it pretty rarely. All right, so I can probably do this real quick. Um, Let me go to the bathroom before I talk about this. Maybe. No tub of ice cream. Yep, that's for sure. I've never been a really big ice cream person though. I've usually kind of resorted to like chocolate and stuff. All right. So next on the agenda, let's think here. Um, I kind of want to do a little bit of this, but that might get into. Okay, this one's a kind of an easy win. Those are pretty easy. These are all easy wins. So I'll get those done first. Burp. Camp system. This isn't too hard overall. Um, but I'm still going to kind of denote this too, if time. So let's just try and get this done. Next. So to start off, I'm going to go all the way over. to get all these up. Cleric, Enchanter, Mage, Rogue, Warrior. Archer. Archer, Cleric. Alright. So these guys need to make sure they're emissive. So this is probably just the problem here. Maybe. No, it's not. But I guess we need to make it a bit more emissive. For whatever reason. And then we need to plot out some thematics here. So we have this weird dungeon set of ruins. I'm going to make a folder. I'm going to say Archer. Let me just check out all these. Mage. And Cleric. So we're going to make, don't think I'm going to be too picky here. But we're going to give each class their own ruins. So that's a total of 3, 6, 9, what are 6 classes? That's 18 ruins. And there are 98 of them here, but some of these are kind of like too extravagant. But we'll go with a little bit of more. We're trying to do some theming here, so more square-like will be kind of more tank oriented. At the same time, we do want them to be a little bit different per thing. So I'm going to try this one on the cleric. This one will be rogue. I'll have one square for the tank. The current runes I can probably just keep as the mage and then call the mage done. And so goodbye mage. And then what's next here? I'll do this one as a warrior as well. And then I'll do this one as warrior. So let's go to the warrior. Put this one here. That one there. Actually, this one's going to have to go here. And then the square one over there. And this one will go like dot 4, dot 4, dot 4. Alright, warrior's done there. And then I do want to I'm going to change them. For now, I'll change the colors based on if you're melee or not melee. So I'm going to duplicate that. It's going to be stamina. And then go to user interface. Pull that secondary color. Paste it there. And then these guys will, I guess I have 3 different ones, right? So there. Duplicate this. Alright, now the warrior's done. This is the rogue. The rogue needs 2 more. That I think is a chanter for sure. Move that there. Let's get this one on the rogue. And then one more. What we got so far? This one kind of looks nice. I think I'll do that one. .2, .2, .2. Maybe .3. This one can be more like .4. I think that's fine. Now enchanter. We have 2 so far. Or 1, I should say. This one kind of reads enchanter to me. And then I'll do this one as enchanter too. Channer's done. This is the cleric. What else? Let's go with that. I think that one feels more tier 3. Do this one as tier 1. And lastly, the archer. This guy's probably good for archer. I don't like that one. This one's kind of interesting. And then last but not least, we've got something more squared off, I guess. I guess we'll get the one that's somewhat arrow-like. And this one, $90. Yeah. Why can't I rotate that back? Oh, okay. So 120. Little less, 115. And then these ones have to be stamina. But just getting a little bit of class theming going on, which I kind of like. All right. I'm gonna run out of room on this post soon. I'll put this with combat. You know what? I'm just gonna start a new one because I know I'm gonna run out soon. Color reflects if you are a stamina 4 mana user versus yellow. Each class now has their own ruin set. Okay, did that. I made this a bit more emissive, so I think that's fine. More emissive to be seen during storms. Alright, some data work. Let's go to our bosses. And we're going to go, we need to look for a loot table. Loot table. There. Tauntaun should be done. Okay, open all these up. Gotta plug my keyboard in. Alright, drop chance is 1, so that works. That's Zera Talon. This is Zera Talon again. Veragus is one that probably needs to be updated. So the Fang will just put to 100% drop rate. It's Vermilio. Shalea is the next one. 100% drop rate. Eventually they'll have 100% drop rate, but there's going to probably be like a pool of like 6 items or so per boss. Skagente. Quartzel. This is who again? Melinda. She doesn't drop. She has a different loot table. She doesn't have a specific item. Lockrock. What the? Oh, that's Lockrock. Okay, that's fine. It's Lockrock. Listar, Hasten. For the boots. Flaregon. LIFO. And he's different too. Okay. Emerald Rivers. All unique boss drops. Slots have a 100% chance to trigger. To drop. Each boss will eventually have 5+ items can drop in this slot. Done that. Oh. Save everything. I'm going to update redirectors. Don't you crash on me. Okay. We in agreement. We talked about this. Don't you crash on me. All right. Well, that's going. So this is basically the scope that's left for this next patch. Again, I don't want to overdo it or try and cram too much in. Perfect. It's finished. Okay. All right. Save all. And so tomorrow is what? Thursday? Tomorrow's my last day I can work on this. Technically, I could work a little bit during Friday, but overall, I want to try and be done and tested tomorrow. Let me think of what I want to do here. Yeah, I think I'm going to just stop my stream from here. I might be back a little bit later. I'm going to go play a little bit of League of Legends, take a break, and then come back. If you want to watch me play League, I have a separate account for that. But I am working on my third account to get Diamond before the end of this split. So, because I have to dodge occasionally, I'm just going to see if I can get a few games in, and if not, whatever. You can check me out there, and we'll see how I do. I got like I think 2 wins until I'm diamond on this account. I will be playing in a second. So yeah, Justra, thank you for watching. Getting the first look of my death system. Your first eyes on it ever, you know. And I'm gonna play it once more, just cause it's fun seeing it. I really like how my rotation run system's coming out. I think we can do a lot of future class aesthetic type things with the ruins, which will be fun to play around with. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. It looks dope too when you watch someone die. Sorry I didn't save you. I wanted to see you die and see the animation. All right, see you guys, and I'll be back. I might be back a little bit later today.